Swamigal, Visari Swamigal, Pundi Mahal. So many of the enlightened gurus have initiated and trained Swamiji personally to revive these sciences. And these sciences are now being transmitted to all of us with Diksha. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Just as I told, we manifest all these powers through Diksha, just with one initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy, which is transmitted to us. And then it is like, take an example of a lamp. If you have one lamp with oil, with everything is ready, and you have another, and that lamp is not lit. If you have a lit lamp, you can, it's possible to light it, right? Same thing, Swamiji is the lit lamp. All of us have a third eye. It just has to be awakened. Swamiji beautifully says, anybody who has a head has a third eye. It just has to be awakened. So our third eye is like the unlit lamp. Swamiji is the lit lamp who comes and lights us. That is the initiation. That is the power of Diksha. So let us now watch a small video which explains the power of initiation, how this Diksha is transmitted to us, and what happens after we get the initiation from Swamiji.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi. Tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422
Yes. With that beautiful video which explained the science of initiation, let us now see the the four pramanas, the four aspects of evidences. How are these powers, this science of power manifestation, authenticated? So the first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas, or the authorities of Hinduism, Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this extraordinary science. Next is the Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So where do we get all these Shastras from? Where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas from? From the Vedagmas, which is the living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, and they are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. And any reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called a Shastra Pramana. So now, without further delay, let us witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Along with me, I have an extraordinary Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Manitya Virajananda, who is 16 years old and who is going to be demonstrating this power of third eye to you. And all of you will be witnessing it right in front of your eyes. So along with me, I have I'll post the slide. Yes. Along with me, I have medically tested blindfolds. You can see in front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge, and there is no gap between the opaque sheet and the sponge. And I'm even pressing it and showing there's nothing inside the sponge. And there is no possible way of light entering inside the eye band. So this is the eye band I'll be placing on Mahavirija's eyes, and she will not be touching the eye band. She will not be moving her hand anywhere near her nose, eyes, ears, mouth, nothing. She will be keeping her hands down, and the eye band will be on her eyes. If there's any adjustments she wants, she will be requesting me to do it just to make it more foolproof. And before that, I request you to turn to your right, left, up, and down. So you can see there's no wires, nothing. There's no wires or anything on her. It's just her with her jewels. That's all. So now I'm going to be placing this eye band on her eyes. And I'm opening the strap in front of all of you. Placing the eye band on my video. Mahaviraja, are you comfortable? Yes. Okay. So I request you to turn to your right, left, up, down, all around. Yes. So you can see that there's no gap between her eyes and her eye band, and it is completely, her eyes are completely covered. There is no possible way of light entering inside the eye band. So now all of you can go ahead and post your comments and emojis, anything. You can go ahead, post medical terms, scientific terms, comments, emojis, shapes, paragraphs, letters, numbers, anything you want on the Kailasa's SATSANG Nithyananda YouTube channel and the SATSANG Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. Go ahead and post anything you want, and Mahaviraja will be reading it out live in front of you. Yes. So All of you, please go ahead, post your comments. I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. I request the YouTube comments to be zoomed in now.
Yes. So latest comment, which is posted in Kailasa's HDH channel, is by Naveen Kumar Somanatha. So the comment is posted by Naveen Somanatha. Is posted, please pick Chennai as Singapore and please pick India as USA. And before it is posted, 3 namaskar emojis. And before that, Naveen Kumar Somanatha is posted. Because of Nithyanandam, many attain their destiny. And before my Eva Anderson is posted Nithyanandam. Yeah.
Wow. That is beautiful. Very fluently, without any gap, nothing. Mavirija was clearly able to read all the comments which is in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Let's now move to Facebook comments. I request the comments to be zoomed in more. I request the comment section to be scrolled down a little more. Mavirija, you can go.
Yes. The latest comment is posted in the latest comment in SATSANG Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel is posted by Ettagunta Nagabhushanam. Has posted, 1 Innova car, please help me to Swamiji. And before he has posted Swamiji, and then before he has posted, give me 1 flat house in Nellore, 1 car, please help me to Swamiji. Yes, surely, Ayya. You get Devi Parashakti's blessings for it, and surely you'll get it.
Just with the blessings with Devi Parashakti, you will be able to manifest what you want. Ayya. So when Devi Parashakti comes live, you can surely ask your question and ask for this blessing, and you can get her blessings. Yes. Anyone else wants to post the comments? Please go ahead. You can post emojis. Emojis, comments, letters, numbers, shapes, anything you want in the comment section in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the SPH Stadium Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. Yes, that is a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. So now I'll be removing the eye band of Mavirija. So in front, it's completely the same. Behind, it's completely the same. There's no change to the eye band. And yes, so This was one of the extraordinary Shaktis which you saw today. You will be witnessing one more extraordinary Shakti, which is the power of body scanning, being manifested by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, where they will awaken the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues through that third eye. So please go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the SPH Stadium Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel for a request for a body scanning, and surely we'll be doing a body scanning for all of you. But before that, let us move on to the Pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhattvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is manifested, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. And one day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing and scanning. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And the surgery is successfully completed, and the person is completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayar. Next is the Atma Pramana from the life of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On the 22nd of December 2019, Swamiji beautifully shares how he uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the power of body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. So, next is the live Sakshi Pramana, which you will be witnessing. All of you will be witnessing the Balasams of the Nithyananda Gurukul manifesting and doing the body scanning for all of you, revealing solutions, revealing the root cause of the problem, and even completely healing all of you. Just with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, the Balasams and initiated disciples are able to do this. And it is not only them, it is also you. This power is not just to show you that we can manifest, it is to show that all of you have the possibility of manifesting this power. So we'll be back with the Balasams and the Nithyananda Yogis after a short break. Yes. Now I'm back with the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Ma Soni and Maniti Virijananda, who are going to be demonstrating this power of body scanning for all of you. The expressions of me, I am Ma Mahajalandhara Sitananda has posted Nithyananda, my daughters, I've been away with illness. The guidance from body scanning was very useful during that time. I'm still recovering slowly, taking things a step at a time. Yes, ma, amazing. Just follow whatever Paramashiva reveals. Just follow that, and you'll be completely healed from whatever illness you're facing. And yes, let's move on to the Facebook comments and see if anyone has posted a request for body scanning. Adolescents are eagerly waiting to manifest this power for all of you. Let's now see the Facebook comments. Sindhu Charan has posted, Nithyananda Ma, can you tell me the root cause of my hip pain? Thank you. Yes. Okay, so Ma Virija, you can do the body scanning for Ma Sindhu Charan, and you can reveal the root cause of Ma Sindhu Charan's hip pain. Anyone else wants a body scanning? Please go ahead and post. Okay. My expressions, Ma Mahajalandhara Sitananda has posted, I'm rebuilding my gut again. A huge detox happened through my gut, cleaning out a lot. Built up impressions from 3D Maya matrix. The warnings of what was ahead were given during the previous body scans. Yes, thank you so much for getting back. As I was sharing with all of you, there are so many cases where the third eye reveals something which the person is not able to relate to. But if they actually see, that is what slowly starts happening with the other problems which they have, or it is a problem which they are unaware of. So that body scanning really helped you and gave you a precaution of what to do and what to help your body before it becomes big. Amazing. Thank you so much for coming back. And Mahajalandhara Sita has posted any further guidance. Welcome. Okay. So Ma Soni, you can just do a quick body scanning of Ma Mahajalandhara Sita and then reveal any solution you see. Yes, Ma Virija, you can go ahead and reveal the root cause of the hip pain for my Sindhu Charan.
Yes. So, what Paramashiva showed me, Ma, because of your hip pains, actually, I was able to see that your, especially the hip region, the bones of the hip region, the pelvis, was not actually strong enough. Like you get very frequent hip pain because of this, and because bones of that area is not strong actually. Like the amount of energy which you have in that region. So it's really a lot, but your pelvis bone is not able to hold the type of energy. So the solution, what I'm able to see, Paramashiva should very clearly eat a lot of calcium-based products. Basically, like paneer, milk, curd, butter, buttermilk, a lot of dairy products. And also, in that area, put vibhuti, bhasma, thick layer of bhasma before you go to bed. This will strengthen the hip, and do this for 14 days more, and you will see that your hip pain will disappear within the next 14 days.
Wow, amazing. So Paramashiva revealed the solution, the problem, the root cause, the solution, and even the time, how much time it will take to heal. Amazing. So Ma Sindhu Charan, just follow what Paramashiva revealed. You will be completely healed. And the one unique thing about the third eye is the third eye never reveals any logical solution. Like for one person, one of the Balasins did the scanning and revealed that you have less blood, so do headstand. Do handstand for 1 minute in the morning and 1 minute in the evening. I was like, oh God, how was headstand and blood Of course, the blood flow will happen, but how is it related? How will it help? But if Paramashiva revealed that solution for your body, you will get completely healed just by following it. That's the most unique thing about the third eye. It gives the most unique solutions, illogical solutions. You will feel like, oh God, how will this help me? But it will actually help you just because Paramashiva has revealed. Yes. Ma Sindhu Charan, I request you to get back and confirm with us. And yes, Ma Soni, you can go ahead.
Nithyananda Paramashivam, you have asked for further guidance. So Paramashiva revealed that your body is healing day by day, but still Paramashiva gave few precautions for you. Paramashiva has revealed that to do pranayama in the morning, like in between of during Brahma Muhurta time, because during Brahma Muhurta time there is so much fresh air, and compared to during the day. So Paramashiva has revealed that we do pranayama during Brahma Muhurta time, and after doing pranayama, take neem juice and make sure your guts are your guts are clean.
Yes, that was a beautiful guidance from Paramashiva yesterday. Yes, Mama Hajalindra Nithyananda, please to get back and yes. Okay, so that was a very beautiful body scanning. Viraja, Ma Soni, why don't you go ahead and share? How do you manifest this power of body scanning? Yes, Ma Soni, why don't you go ahead first?
So I'm going to tell how I manage the power of body scanning. So first I closed my eyes and asked Swamiji to connect with me and my third eye. And then after connecting with Swamiji shows the black figure of the body. And then I'll ask Swamiji, what's the problem that a person is having? What's the problem that a person is having? And then either Swamiji will highlight or Swamiji will show in pictures. And when I ask him the solution, sometimes it comes in pictures, sometimes it just comes as a vision and sometimes without even closing my eyes, I sometimes just shows. Sometimes I just get vision without even closing my eyes. Just shows.
Wow, beautiful sharing of how you are able to manifest the power of third eye. Very beautiful. It's just like a complete movie you are seeing. Amazing. Ma Sindhu Charan has gotten back the link. Thank you so much, Ma. I want to know if my dad has COVID. He's slightly coughing. Thank you. Yes. Ma Sindhu Charan, just go ahead. Post your comment when Devi Parashakti comes live, and Devi Parashakti will answer your question and completely heal your father. So don't worry. But please do listen to the precautions which Swamiji has told. Please do not go outside. Stay in your home. Do everything from home. Yes. And with this, we are going to be concluding this power manifestation session. We thank all of you for joining us. If you were not able to get the body scanning due to the interest of time, please do come back every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. at 4:30 p.m. 4 p.m. IST. So we thank all of you for joining us. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness. Who is Devi Parashakti? What are the Akashic readings? What is the power of Akashic readings? And much, much more. We thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet here. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back. So now in this segment, which we will be moving into, we will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranamam, the Dhyana Shloka from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhim mapina vakshoruham vanibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam bhibratim saumyam ratna gatasta rakta charanam dhyayet paramambikam. And the translation for this verse says, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And another verse which also comes from the Lalita Sahasranamam, Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dritapasha ankusha pushpabana chapam animadi biravritam ayukaihi rahamityeva vipavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima fures, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. And it is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. And the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source, where the source Shakti is the source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and which all of us are going to merge into. And out of extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the Nijavatar, through the embodied form, as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanitanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti himself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shimkara, filled as Parashorasi, Living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Mudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make to blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment, and she is there on your screen. So you can receive her very traditionally. You can keep two betel leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, the coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can be just a paise, and in the US, it can be just 1 cent. Swamini says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, you will add up $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the LA temple. And some of you might be wondering how this betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you. This betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will actually see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions and to break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. So you can set up the two betel leaves, one betel nut, the banana, and the coins. You can set up all of this in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. These are the 4 basic items that are kept as part of a tambulam. But if you would like, and you have, you can also keep the other items such as coconuts, red bangles, kumkum, flowers, turmeric, and such items. So these are just the 4 basic items which you can keep as part of the tambulam as you receive Devi Parashakti. And now with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how you can receive her. And we will be moving on to the further segments where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed and how important it is for humanity to actually take what Devi Parashakti says as a blessing and a warning for us to follow. And that is what we will be learning in the next segment. So please stay tuned and we'll be back after a really short break. Yes, I request the NTV volunteer to project the next set of slides. Yes, so now in this segment, we will be learning about the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings. So, humanity is still undergoing the after effects of the cosmic deluge, the Pralaya. Thousands of deaths have happened due to the global pandemic and are emerging fungal epidemics, along with record numbers of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective physique, leading to increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues.
So why did this happen? What has caused this? And who is behind this? How could we have avoided this? What is the solution for this? In this segment, let us go through an analysis of Devi Parashakti's revelations and understand what is the cause and the solution for this pralaya. And as all of us know, the current status of the world right now, with over 4 million deaths due to COVID-19 and over 175 million people diagnosed with COVID-19, and the worst affected countries being US, India, and Brazil. And India alone has had over 29 million cases of COVID-19, with over 374,000 deaths due to COVID-19, and over 75 million people falling into poverty since the beginning of 2020 and this pandemic. And not only is India suffering from this pandemic, but all of the effects of this pandemic, including depression and increased rates of suicide. 6.5% of the population is suffering from some form of mental illness, and 9 out of 9 people of every 1 lakh people has suffered from suicide, and it is the biggest cause for death among 15 to 24-year-olds currently. And India is not only suffering from this global pandemic, but various natural disasters have been severely affecting the country over the past several months, including the cyclone in Kerala and the recent floods in Maharashtra. And with all of these disasters, a serious concern also arises for the third wave coming up in the next couple of weeks. So how could we have prevented this? What could we have done to avoid this? Let us now listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the 31st of May, 2021, and understand what Devi has revealed.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And for the translation for what Devi's revelations are for this huge Kirmi Bojanam held not to come to India. In 2020 itself, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. So let us go back to 2017 and understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed as the vision for this Padayatra.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here, power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela. Next year Kumbh Mela 2019. Next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower, and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for Darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have Darshan and Arti, the camp for Arti. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen. 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only Darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than Darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the Archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the Archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand, 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in 2nd month, 3rd month, all that is detailed way.
And as the Supreme Concept of Hinduism revealed, the vision for the Padayatra was to go and meet people where they are and to give them solutions for whatever problem they may be facing. Any mental problem, physical problem, emotional problem, psychological problem, any problem, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism was ready to attend to people and give them any solution that they need. And since the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been preparing for this Padayatra to guide humanity through this great deluge. And from that age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating the masses into the science of enlightenment through powerful discourses, initiations, and darshans. And here in the next several photos, we'll see the various programs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting over the past 26 years. Here you can see in Vellore, Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing and initiating thousands of people. And again, in Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu, in 2005. And in Namakkal in 2005. In Salem in 2005, the Nithyananda program. The Nithyanandam program conducted in Bidli, Bangalore. The Birth Star celebrations in Tiruvannamalai in 2005. The Jayanti celebrations in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in 2006. And the Jayanti celebrations in Tiruvannamalai in 2006. And the Nithyananda Spurna program in 2006, conducted in Chennai. And the Guru Purnima celebration in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in 2006. And the Bhakti Spurna program conducted in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita. The Dhyana Spurna program. The Little Anandas program, which was specifically to initiate the youth into the science of enlightenment. And the Saptayagam program, which was a series of homas conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who also guided thousands into conducting the same homa. This happened in Salem in 2006. And here are more photos of the Saptayagam program, the devotees and disciples being guided into the homa. And here are more photos of the Saptayagam program. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing people. And here are photos of the Nithyananda Spurna program conducted in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita. And the Nithyananda Spurna program again. However, the anti-Hindu elements have made it nearly impossible to do the re-energizing process by driving the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism out of India. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the solution for this on the 31st of May, 2021.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes, we can continue on. Yes, we can continue on. So as we look around, we see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization have forewarned as the Kali Yuga, and Devi reveals that the solution for this all of this suffering and destruction to come to an end is to finally have the supreme concept of Hinduism do the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas. So let's see what the rishis, the Vedic rishis, have revealed about this Kali Yuga. can continue on to the next slide. So in the Kurma Purana, sage Vyasa has revealed that the Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. So let us look at the translation for what Vyasa has revealed about this. This Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas. In all the worlds, people are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi. And the Kurma Purana also states that Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for Kali Yuga. Brahma, and the translation for this verse is can we go back to the previous slide, please? Sorry, can we go back to the previous slide? Requesting the volunteer to go back to the previous slide, please. We can go to the next slide. Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. And the translation for this verse from the Purva Purana, Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata of the Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, and which appeared Sri Rama. And in the Dwapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the fourth cycle of time, in the Kali Yuga, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Rudra, Lord Rudra, Maheshwara himself, Mahasadashiva. And out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva descended into the human form on the 2nd of January 1978 in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So we can continue on to the next slide. And if Paramashiva had waited even one more year, if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had not taken the body in 1978, it would have been too late. 1979 would have been too late. Now let us watch the video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealing about this.
And I tell you, oh Hindus, don't be afraid.
The next
I am
slide.
back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. And I tell you, oh Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich.
The previous slide and one. Yep.
It is not lost. Just last minute climax. Before it was going to be put off. Have happened. 1979 would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. Oh Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
And the Avatar's advent on the planet Earth was to protect the world from the great cosmic deluge, to bring them to the new age, the Satyuga. So let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, then Devi Parashakti explaining about this.
ஓம் ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்திய யுகம் செய்வோம், நித்திய யுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
And the translation for this of Devi's revelation, people of the world, listen. Kali Yuga has matured, and over time, it has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people, in the form of Nityananda. I myself have come. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom into Satya Yuga. Be blissful. And for this huge hell, Kirimi Bodram not to come to India, 2020, I had planned to do the Bhava Yatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. And in order to prepare for this, the avatar began the Bhava Yatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism began enriching people one person at a time with the truths from these sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. Even as the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism was just 14 and 15 years old, all of his classmates were called the Atras, where the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism led them all from Guriyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace and a huge spiritual pilgrimage site. And when the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism was around the age of 19, all his fellow monks at the Ramakrishna Math recall the Yatra where the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism led them from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage experience. The Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India and reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism established the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu, in South India on the 14th of April, 2001. And in 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from all different backgrounds. With the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism's intensity and dedication for the people, even among crowds of thousands who don't know English, the Supreme Pontificate of Hinduism's voice resonated deeply and his presence moved each one to tears. And in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering satsang, and initiating them into the superconscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but into supernal spiritual realms. And in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Gaudigan Ratha Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by the Nithyanandeshvara and Nithyanandeshwari deities traveling from city to city. Let us watch a small clip of the Gaudigan Ratha Yatra. Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. We can continue on to the next slide.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
And the deities that were taking this yatra were energized as avatars to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti, to create the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita as the ship to save humanity from this upcoming Pralaya. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens during the Great Deluge. Kailasa in Tiruchendur, Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in Bangalore, and the Kailasa Sarvajñapita in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda Paramashivam river, the Anandalingam, which would protect anyone who bathed in its water from the deadly COVID-19 disease. Let us watch a short clip of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing the Abhishekam for the Anandalingam.
जनमस्सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने जनमो गिरिशाय विष्टाय जनमो नीरुष्टमाय च शुमते जनमो स्रस्वाय च वामनाय जनमो बृहते च वर्षीयते जनमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने जनमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय जनम आशवे च जिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नमः ऊर्ण्याय च वस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च दीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्वेत्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च वभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च बुद्धिमते च नमः तीक्ष्णेशवे च इधिने च नमस्कार उधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृंगाय च वशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय च उत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः सृष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः इरण्याय च प्रपथ्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षेणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodi Kandara Yatra and generated international attention, creating a movement where lakhs of Hindus once again embraced Hinduism. Let us watch a short clip of the Yatra in 2009. And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there, the seeds of consciousness have been sown. We can actually go back and watch the video of the yatra.
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனோ நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவாயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரிந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
And wherever the avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of consciousness have been sown. With thousands of Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems enriching all over the world, over 1 billion people have been reached, and the avatar has been radiating hope for humanity. And some of the enlightenment ecosystems established by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism include Kailasa in Erode, the Adi Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Adi Kailasa Sadvinyapita in Bangalore, India, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, again, more photos of the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. The Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. And more photos of the Kailasa in Los Angeles. And this enlightenment ecosystem was directly established by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism in 2007. The Kailasa in San Jose, established in 2009. And more photos of the Kailasa in San Jose. And the Kailasa in Seattle, established in 2008 by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. And more photos of the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington. The Kailasa in Houston, Texas. The more photos of the Kailasa in Houston, Texas. The Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina. the Kailasa in New York, the Kailasa in Washington, D.C., the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, and more photos of the Kailasa in Toronto. And the Kailasa in Oklahoma City. And the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. And the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. The Kailasa in Oman. The Kailasa in Dubai. The Kailasa in London, UK. The Kailasa in Scotland, UK. The Kailasa in Netherlands. The Kailasa in Slovakia. The Kailasa in Belgium. The Kailasa in Luxembourg. The Kailasa in Austria. The Kailasa in Germany. The Kailasa in Italy. The Kailasa in France. The Kailasa in Switzerland. The Kailasa in Mauritius. The Kailasa in South Africa. The Kailasa in Salem, which was established in 2006 by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And more photos of the Kailasa in Salem. And the Kailasa in Hosur, established in 2008. The Kailasa in Putnam. The Kailasa in Varanasi. The Kailasa in Rajapalyam, established in 2008. And here are more photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Kailasa in Rajapalyam. And the Kailasa in Hyderabad. And the Kailasa in Kerala and Kailasa in Gujarat, the Yogini Center. The Kailasa is in Tirvanur. The Kailasa in Alankulam. The Kailasa in Chennai Tambaram. The Kailasa in Avadi, Chennai. The Kailasa in Chennai again. and the Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia. And the Kailasa in New Zealand. And the Kailasa in Singapore. The Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur. And the Kailasa in Guadeloupe, South America. And to ensure humanity survives, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created the Sovereign Order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated thousands into the Nithyananda spiritual healing, and they are still actively healing millions all over the world. And over 2,500 satsang centers, Padaka mandirs, and home temples operate as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the Avatar inspired millions to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom. Thousands of Padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each one for what was to come. And in 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a Padayatra and executed it successfully, with thousands participating, with the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated. And in every major festival from all over the world, devotees conducted Padayatras out of their sincere devotion and love for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously contributing to humanity over the past 26 years with various humanitarian services, and over 1 billion e-citizens being enriched and enriched, and over 1 billion free organic nutritious meals being served to the needy, and a diverse global population in 347 cities across 196 countries, and the world's largest Hindu university established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to contribute so much to humanity and has established the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. And you can connect with us on all the various platforms, including Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and much more. And especially during this pandemic, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has, we can move to the next slide, has increased all e-services to reach every person where they are during this pandemic. And you can connect with us on all of the various websites and platforms. And with this, we will be concluding this segment and moving into the next segment, where we will learn some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And over the past several months, Devi has been guiding us, blessing us, and literally holding our hands through this pandemic. So let us see how we can show our gratitude for Devi through these various offerings. We will be right back after a very quick break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers after that quick break. Let's now go into the various different offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And I'll be starting with the in Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. We can go on. And before entering into the segment, let us first chant the Dhyana Shloka. Indu nivabeda karavahni nayanam syat pankajavaravaya japaksha sarayuktam angahima bhushana vichitra vasanam syat tunga mukutojjala manunmani swarupam. The next slide, please. This verse means moon-like face, holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. The next slide, please. And now I'll be chanting the next Dhyana Shloka. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनिं प्रतिदिनं कामत्रधात्रीं शुभाम्. Once again, the translation says, I meditate on Devi who has 3 eyes and face glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, the lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Now, as many of you know, in the Hindu tradition, the offerings are a very beautiful part of the whole tradition, inviting God into your life, requesting their presence and their blessings. And you'll see that many of these offerings are made in gold. And we have a reference here from the Atharva Veda where it says, triply born by birth is this gold, the atoms of Agni is one, it becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard, when they called the seed a virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Many of us do not know that gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches, and it is an element of significance and great spiritual power and healing and lightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Yes, we can go on to the next slides. Let's start off with the different offerings that we have, beginning with the E-Hundi offering. And there's a beautiful verse as well from the Lalita Sahasranamam, where I'll now be chanting. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. And it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. So in this verse, literally it's saying that Devi Parashakti is the remover of all fears, and especially during this time, during the COVID pandemic and so many other disasters, social upheaval that's happening, each and every one of us understands the need for the worship of Devi Parashakti as we are becoming more and more mature, even in a matter of a short time. So this E-Hundi offering is an offering of gratitude for Devi Parashakti for making her presence available to us, each and every one of us. You can offer this E-Hundi offering through the payment link that will show you, or through the YouTube super chat as well. Yes, going on to the next offering, we have the Sankalpa chanting. Sankalpa chanting is the offering of the Sankalpa mantra, the conscious resolution, a very powerful prayer which will give you a very huge benefit, especially as it literally invokes the avatar himself, and it allows you to pray to him for all of the fruition of your desires and wishes. The next slide, please. The next offering we have is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And as Devi Parashakti is called in the Lalita Sahasranamam, Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names, this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names, receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. And the next offering is the Mukta Anguti, and this is referenced from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, where the incarnation of Devi Parashakti, goddess Meenakshi, is described having been adorned with pearls. And now I'll just be chanting that verse. Mukta Harana Lasat Kirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purikinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhavasuram Sarvavita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidim. This verse means, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus. who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama, I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And this offering of the pearl as a symbol of compassion is the offering to Devi Meenakshi to bestow her compassion and pure love in all of your endeavors in life. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. We have the Swarna Padma Pushpa. The Swarna Padma Pushpa is referenced from the Kamagagama and also many hundreds of verses where it says all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth, and they should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of references for the lotus being used in the worship of Paramashiva, and almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities and the worship of a lotus, or using the lotus in worship. And even the Shakti of Paramashiva is called the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer this golden lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. We have next the Swarna Metti, and there's a beautiful verse from the Saundarya Lahari composed by Adi Shankaracharya, where it refers to the power of even the very toenails of Devi Parashakti. Nakadiditi samchana namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. And the meaning goes, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So you can offer this toe ring to be adorning of the sacred feet of Devi Parashakti and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspect of our life. The next offering we have is the Swarna Mangtika. And Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Mangtika represents the flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is opened. So this is an offering of the Mangtika, and you can be blessed with the overflowing gratitude and complete completion of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and we have several occasions where it's very auspicious to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. We can go on to the next slide. And the Vastra Seva also is a offering to Devi Parashakti for the sacred cloth for the ultimate protection of Devi Parashakti and the supreme contour of Hinduism. And now you can see a summary of all the offerings. We have the Ihundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Smarana Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. And as you can see, there's no need to feel any kind of incompletion or insufficiency, incapability of making these offerings. You can make any of these offerings. There's various different levels, there's different amounts. There's offerings, even the Ihundi offering, which you can make for any amount today. So even if any of these offerings have piqued your interest, or you find that you want to make any of these offerings, maybe not today, but in the future, I welcome you to register in the registration link, which is available at tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. As you can see, the links provided. And you can fill out this registration form if you're interested in offering, if you need help in manifesting, or you need more details. And also, if you're ready to make a payment today, then you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings and make the online payment. And it's a very quick process, just a 3-step process in order for you to make the payment today. Then after the payment as well, you can go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021 and make sure you fill out the mandatory form for offering. And after you're done with payments, you can fill out this form in order for your names to be chanted during the puja. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment on the various different offerings for Devi Parashakti. Now, let us enter into the next segment where we have Madhyami Swami joining us to elaborate on the various updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapita and the various updates from Adi Kailash, where the multi-layer quarantine has been ongoing and being administered as a practical solution for joy, bliss, and peace during these extremely strenuous times of the COVID-19 pandemic. So once again, I invite Mada Ime Swami to join us. Yes, thank you so much, Ma.
Nithyanandam, thank you so much, Ma. Masada Shripriya, Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone, welcome back. So in this segment, we are going to see the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunities for India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this Akashic readings on June 5th, 2021 by Devi Parashakti about the status of the mental health about the world across, especially the young adults. And across the world, the reports from the various reports confirming the same, and what Devi suggested to do the yoga and serve Paramashiva, follow the spiritual principles, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism again and again through his satsangs confirming the same, and what Supreme Pontiff has been working to revive the temple ecosystems. Now the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, the COVID care protection centers, now been recognized by the United Nations and published, the article published by the Adi Shaivite minority community and highly appreciated. So we are going to see those reports in this, details of that in this segment. So what Devi revealed on 5th June 2021. Not only people dying in crores, the financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh, people, do the job of saving life as first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva Parampurul, doing yoga and tapas. Doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva and live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe. Not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis and Yogis have come and doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there, and do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. I do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings and I am the Samayapurath Kannathal who comes and helps at the right time. So these are the revelations about the mental health issues by the Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021 and the media articles confirming the same on 6th June 2021. The psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited in COVID-19 patients. According to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in more mild cases. The media articles by BMC Psychology on 8th June 2021, the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of the US college students. The results indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, which is 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of the loved ones. Most impacted their mental health status, is 20.0%, and the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans is 31.8%. Almost one half of students took to exercising and other remedies. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students is continue to soar, researchers say. The report by the Lauren Lumpkin on June 10th, 2021 at Dartmouth College, researchers began tracking about 217 students when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave, and they have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with the midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down, said the Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. The Psychology Today on coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of assessment. The global post-traumatic stress disorder, which is called PTSD therapeutic market, what it was in 2019 and what is going to be in 2017 to 2027 is 11.91 increase. The coronavirus pandemic impact on global health, mental health is already extremely concerning. The UN reports to by the CNN that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization's Director General Tedros Adhanom said in a news release recently, it is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and a recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added. Yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance and centeredness, empowerment, self esteem, compassion, self awareness, and hope. We're all Yoga can help us to manage stress and self regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with the innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self-regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self-care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with the other interventions, which benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of the traditional treatment approaches. According to the Psychology Today report, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being, even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have a better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well-being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive. Life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outer side, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make you your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their jobs, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much, just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa, the devotees in their own homes, and second, the Kailasa bosses inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place, doing the intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking a bay leaf, neem juice, tulasi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle. A lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself and build your body, and don't bother about your business or any other profit and anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. Now, the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers of all these principles and the temple-based ecosystems, which are now the COVID care protection centers, successfully implemented and saved many lives, and which has been highly recognized by the United Nations. The report submitted by the Adi Shaivite minority community last month in June 2021, and now it has been published and last week, and United Nations recognizes Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. The screenshots of this report you can see in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. You can also go ahead and click on that link and read the full article by yourself. The report published on their website, United Nations website, www.ohr.org. The globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID-19 patients, killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through multilateralism that was published in United Nations in their website, www.ohr.org. Earlier reports recognized by the United Nations, a report on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and reports on femicide. A report by the Adi Shaivite Minority Tradition ASMT, the Hindu Community Kailas Union, was submitted in June 2021 and published last week. According to this report published, what is the key obstacles presented in the introduction are of this pandemic is first, the globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst the nations and within, leading to various extremes such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places and wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption of the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affect the already most vulnerable even more. Lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. Frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far from the SDG 2.0 hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting documentation here on screen. You can also download these articles and read on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook page. Now, what are the solutions presented in this article? The first, revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. Second, as per Hindu principles, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases: creation or growth. Second, sustenance or stagnation. Third, recession or revitalization. Fourth, reinvention. And fifth, breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis, lead us to the 4th and 5th phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. Next, according to the key nations, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. Next, solution presented with Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, organizations, and people on two grounds. First, health response. Second, economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is my family. Is the scriptural reference from the Vedic text from Upanishad chapter 6, verse 71 to 73. You can see the supporting articles here, which are projected. Next solution presented are provide sustainable community living with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for a vast majority of people for either health safety or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to requests to provide private accommodation. Experimental townships such as Araville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Araville are not open to the public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Araville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as the ASMT Monastery India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layered quarantine as a free public service with free food accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in this township with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially from the region severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for the large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, and shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care. With absolute multi-layer quarantine, until coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the virus. Now you can see the supporting articles projected here. Next solution presented is educate citizens in individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time, and visual information about fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare system. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic, and long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about the future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Next solution presented is leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. First, for things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. Second, for survival needs, such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. Third, for all other infrastructure, developmental works, services, commodities, gold, and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and the GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus. This is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where critical data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped USA access masks and testing kits, and there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next solution presented are Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with the seed capital of grains collected by the fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. The compound interest was prohibited in grain banks. So with the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains, and if required, all such grains would be written off on humanitarian grounds. Next, in Hindu temples, food is shared for fee as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Next, monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by the governments that are based on health code color systems that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting articles, which are part of the submission. Though there were privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed asymptomatic cases, the number of deaths, and generating area statistics have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease, and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documentation here. Next solution presented is traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as living divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, food, medicines, etc. Though traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues, and a few years ago, Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine, and the mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking a defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interest. Outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medicine systems are time-tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailasa Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. You can see the supporting articles here. Multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine protection without disrupting life and economy, such as the efforts of lockdown, are unnoticeable. Waiver of patients on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain banks systems and other traditional economic systems as described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world. You can see the supporting articles here. They are published as part of the report. The sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively published to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this lasting testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadhanam, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healing online. And Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United General Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report and recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is the only as resilient as the least resilient country, and the persons request true multilateralism, the governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions to multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community living with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, and leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, and providing food security and traditional Hindu medicines. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations, and they published last week on www.ohchr.org. Now, join now and make use of this opportunity. Save your life, protect your life. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASACARE. Now, let us see the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's understand the importance of the revival of these temple ecosystems. Across India, the famous temples are shutting down, are already closed for an indefinite period of time, and shutting down. For examples, in Maharashtra, the Sai Baba temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state control of to control the spread of the coronavirus. The chief executing officer, the Ravindra Thagre, officiating chief executing officer, the Sai Baba Santanam Trust, announced that the temple will remain closed for devotees till further orders. Similarly, the Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public. Keeping in view of the surge of the COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri, the authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town, the famous temple is closed for the devotees since May 5th, as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. Not only this temple, but all religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar, as the city records the highest daily COVID surge, with the Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases. The local municipal authorities declared the closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, the major Mathura temples ban entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. The two major temples of the Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, banned the entry of devotees in view of rising COVID-19 cases. On the Gujarat, the Somnath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. In view of the surge of infections, this famous Somnath temple trust announced that the temple will remain shut down for devotees from April 11th for an indefinite period. On the other hand, the Tamil Nadu Chola era temple murtis beheaded. Murtis of Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasnatha temple, a village in Pudukkottai, is said to belong to the era of Kulichunga Chola II. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, and Krishna and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state few days ago. So now in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to an harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of these online platforms on the Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. So let us understand the basics with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the basics of the why temple-based ecosystem and why deity worship. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, please understand deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of an ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of the world's peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, is going to happen. The divine has infinite auspicious qualities. In Sanskrit, we call Ananta Kalyana Guna. That means with the divine, the infinite qualities, whenever a devotee intensely pray for the darshan or to protect him or to the divine, to save the humanity when it is at the verge of destruction, out of the infinite qualities the divine has, the divine manifests in to protect a particular devotee or the universe. That energy becomes, the energy of that quality of the divine becomes independent intelligence. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya was destined to die at the age of 16. Knowing this, his parents was devastated, and to remove the sorrow of his parents, Markandeya intensely prayed for Paramashiva. And on the day of his death, the Kala, the Lord of Death, arrived to take his life away. And that's when the Markandeya hugged the Paramashiva Linga and intensely prayed for Paramashiva to protect him. Paramashiva appeared as Kala, that means the Lord, Kala of the Kala, that means the Lord of Death, and saved Markandeya, and that energy becomes Kala. Not only he saved Markandeya from death, he gave him the boon of eternity, Amaratva, and blessed him to write the many scriptures, and Markandeya given the world the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Same way, Paramashiva danced in ecstasy and become Nataraja, the cosmic dancer. With his cosmic dance, perform the Panchakritya, the five cosmic actions of creation, sustenance and rejuvenation and pulling out of delusion and finally liberation. This cosmic dance of Paramashiva we call Nataraja. We connect with him, Nataraja. Similarly, Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with the rites, those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. The immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join in Kailasa's temple-based ecosystem, de facto spiritual centers and the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. We'll continue this segment after a very short break. So now let's learn more about the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies, how they are protecting their lives. The COVID care protection centers, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this. According to statistics, some more statistics, the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and depression, the depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The report shows that ages 18 to 24 affected 56.2%, and ages 25 to 49 reported 48.9%, and ages 50 to 64 reported the 39.1%, and ages 65 plus reported 29.3%. Average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and depressive disorder from January to June of 2019 versus the 6 months period in 2019 versus just 1 month period in 2021. What it used to be in January to June, and 6 months period, the 11%, it now spiked up to, in 1 month of 2021, 41.1%. Some more statistics shows that the young adults are most prone to this, affected by this anxiety and the depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. So how are you feeling? What employees say they feel more than half the time at work. 34% say they are tired. 34% say they are stressed. And 27% say they are burnt out. And 22% say they are discouraged. And 19% say they are distracted. And 17% say they are depressed. So COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, that is about 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, that is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over this course of the pandemic. So 1 in 4 essential workers, about 25%, diagnosed with a mental health disorder since the start of the pandemic. COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. The self-reported mental health among the pregnant women, new mothers, before the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rate was 15%, and during this COVID-19 pandemic, the percentage increased to 40.7% according to Helio report. Similarly, before COVID-19 pandemic, the anxiety was 29%, and now during the COVID-19 pandemic, now it's raised to 72%. US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing depression in the United States have tripled. According to a major study, researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed. That number has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. The world today, according to the reports, the burnt out at the work, young workers hit the hardest. The ages 22 to 25 hit the maximum, which is 89%. And ages 26 to 37, next 83%, and ages 38 to 54, about 73%, and ages 55 to 74, about 62%. Now, what are the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Human Services to combat these problems? Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal of for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, that is, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment, will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again, and they're forever serving the humanity. On the following the meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, you can see the glimpses of how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for over 27 years worked to establish these ecosystems across the world. You can see the glimpses, some of these glimpses. This is the picture that you're seeing following the meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, to celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. The picture is taken on 21st October 2006. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of the traditional flag hoisting ceremony. You can see the glimpses of this, and this picture is taken on 22nd December 2018 in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. Now you're seeing the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself conducting the Nithyananda Purana Convention, which is also called the Life Bliss Meditation Level 2 program, a meditation workshop in Chennai, South India. This picture was taken on 14th December 2006. Now you can see some more pictures from 17th December 2006. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Purana Convention, the Life Bliss Program Level 2 at the St. Peter's Engineering College, Chennai, India. You can see the pictures now. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra. The Yatra is a tour, the traditional pilgrimage, sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up to the river Ganga, the Harshil Ganga, India. The picture is taken on 26th May 2006. Now, the temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai serves as the driving factor and maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of the Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. The picture is taken on 20th December 2011, where you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself waving the flag for the lakhs of devotees on the procession and a festival. Now you're seeing the blissful pictures are from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapitam on 31st December 2018. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham program meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and the traditional puja or ritualistic worship. Now you're seeing the pictures of the peacekeepers of Kailasa led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism take part in Karaseva, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or the construction of the sacred Hindu temple at Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapitam. The picture is taken 11th September 2016, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself demonstrating the value of the Karaseva, selfless service. Now you are seeing the picture of the Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, spread across the continents and across the globe, the thousands of spiritual ecosystems. Starting from 1994, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, by the Mataji Vibhudananda Puri on 1994. And then the rightmost picture, you see the same Adhinam Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, receiving the visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shivadiksha. Now you're seeing the pictures, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Thousands arrive to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The picture is taken on 11th March 2017. Now you're seeing the pictures of the Western Hemisphere, Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, United States of America. The temple complex of 25,000 square foot temple complex housing over 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. And the next is the picture that you're seeing are from the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. The first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall, made of granite and weighing 6 tons. And the divine faces have been directly hand-carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now you're seeing the pictures of the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, United States, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India, the Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. Chidambaram temple, the ancient Hindu temple where Paramashiva reside as the Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, and the expression of Akasha are the space. The Nataraja has also been revealed to be the center of the Earth magnetic equator. Now we are seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi and the Paramashivalinga and the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The Meenakshi temple, home to Devi Meenakshi, the divine cosmic mother, and the consort of Lord Sundareshwara, the most blissful form of Lord Shiva. Now you're seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses the one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu, whose temple is the most visited and of any religion in the world. Now we are seeing the pictures are from the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. Home to over 21 deities and with a temple structure of 2,500 square feet, Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. Now we are seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in Houston, Texas. The formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa and Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Now you're seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Inaugurated on July 2011, Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all the 63 Naivanars and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they are. They existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. Naivanas are the most endearing and notable saints of Hinduism. The Siddhas literally meaning the accomplished, perfected ones. Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Some more pictures. The temple is active, alive from 2011 onwards. The Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the super consciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadanam and traditional. Now, in the Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization present, in the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies, how the morning spiritual routine and are implemented in this de facto enlightenment spiritual systems, which are now protecting many with the corona pandemic. Devi Parashakti revealed to the world on 12th May 2021 that I came as Nija Avatara and I'm blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and come down as the Nija Avatar. People of India, listen carefully. Listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes, and we cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings has to come and and they have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed, and the ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya in Adi Kailasa, because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadhas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya, they will not have death and they will not have corona. And crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in the Ananda Lingam. Devi Paramashakti revealed on 13th May 2021 that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in the Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regarding losing Nithyananda Nava Nijavatara, without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. So when the first world countries closed the borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. So how these COVID protection centers, the participants of these protection centers are doing the morning spiritual practices and various other spiritual practices and enjoying the joy, peace and bliss in their lives. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. Morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you and the healing it does to your system and the biological rhythm it sets in your system, all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and integrity to the spiritual routine initiations are completely private between personal between you and me, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Members of Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine systems, the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvatya Peetham, the morning spiritual routine consists of the Nithyananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Prataksha Paduka Puja, Kashayam, that is herbal drinks, and Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And morning spiritual routine will tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices because the chemistry you enjoy inside matters. That decide the kind of plane of the universe, dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Patala. Kailasa is the highest place abode where Paramashiva resides, and Patala is the lowest abode where the demons live. And Swarga or Naraka, Swarga is the heavens and Naraka is the hell. Morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, the person who is in love with will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day because that is the time you get near what you are seeking closely. And a person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 hours because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, and if you are tired and the love is gone, dead, during this morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead and gone. You need a thorough howling inside you, and you need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers. You need to bring pure questioning back to your life. Now let us understand the little bit about the morning spiritual routine, yoga. When you do yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira. The Amrita is the nectar and body, Sharira is the body. So body filled with nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. The next, when you get up, you do the Panchakriya before you do the yoga. The Panchakriya involves the 5 powerful processes to remove the toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of the body, Panchakriya is a powerful cleansing process which cleanses the internal organs of our body, keeping it cool. These techniques are not only cleanse our body, but bringing peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. Puja. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, devotion, and the space of surrender to all that occurs to you. From this devotion moves you from I, which is so heavy, to God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. So one of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer the sacred bath to Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is the deity which beautifully represents the divine. It is from its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. We sit down and connect with the God by performing the Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O God, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with you, and let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that bhava, we sit with that context and do that action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the bhava samadhi. Only bhava samadhi can give us the higher taste and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the bhava samadhi of Shivoham, I am the divine. And when you do the morning spiritual routine, you manifest Shaktis and spiritual powers. If you just follow this morning 5 hours, enough. You will have Vak Shakti. That means whatever you say will become reality. All Shaktis manifesting in you. Because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, Shakti Pata, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths. Constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours. If you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. You can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and Nitya Puja, but there will always be the risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days or after a few weeks. Living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the Sangha will support you, help you by giving the wake-up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, so coming back to the temple ecosystems, Kailasa's temple ecosystems, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage. Sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, and some may be Vaidika Shaiva. All kinds of permutation and combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that Sampradaya. So, join in this COVID protection centers of Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So I repeat, https://kailasa care, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASACARE. I'm sorry. https://kailasa.org, which is KAILASA.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA CARE. So with this, we will be moving on to the next segment after a very short break. Yes, now it's time we move on to welcome the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the Satsang. So please sit straight. Inhale deeply as slowly as possible. Exhale deeply as slowly as possible.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
A fundamental aspect of the offerings. And now we understand why, how that is.
Ching.
Shak. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Now move from meditation.
கற்பகமே கண் பாராய், கற்பகமே கண் பாராய், மயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய், திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை 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 கண் பாராய் கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் மயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கள்வாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கள்வாராய்
வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கூட்டின் முறையும் காட்டும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ கூட்டும் இசையும் கூட்டின் முறையும் காட்டும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே. ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே. எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே. எல் இசை நின்றால் அடங்கும் உலகே. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே. நாம் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே. அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே. அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா. ஆடவாயனோடு பாட வந்தவனின் பாடுவாய இனி மூட வந்ததொரு பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே. பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே. பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே. கத்திக்கம் திகதிகம் திகதி தனிதபதி தனி 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 தனித பமகரி சமகரி பமகர பமகரி மக பமர பமதனிதம். జుమకు జుమకు జన జుమకు జన జుమకు జుమకు దింద దింద ఆ జుమకు జుమకు దింద ఇంద సగరిగ సరిని దరిని దరి దని దబ మామని గరి. కథపడి రకట జండుతాడు ఎంత తాంగ్రిగడ ఇంగ్రిగడ ఇంగ్రిగడ గరి మగరి సారిగా. సజం సజ్జం తరిగడ నీ సరిగమా దుందరిగడ కదా గరిజం తరిగడ పదని గిరిగడ సగరి మగగడ పప మగ పపరి మగ పపర పని దసని సగరి మగ కని దనిదం సగరి దని తరి దనిద దరి దని దని దమ రిగం మగ 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 దని దమ దని 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 తట్టి మగరిగ పమగిరిగ కని దని ని దని దని దమ పట్ట దని దమ పట్టి దని దమ పట్టి దని 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 తట్టి గరిగ కమగిరి దని దిని దని 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 ద మగరి దని దమ పట్టి దమ మగ పట్టి కమగరి ఆటునానే భావమునానే.
பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கிய எனக்கு. மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும். அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா நீ வாசம் அடிக்கும். ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம் பாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா. ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம் பாடியம்மா. ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா.
அருணாருணாகரங்கிதாட்சீ धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् मणिपादिभिरावृताम् मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावदे भवानी ध्यायेत्पद्मासनस्थान्
பாட்டெடுத்தே தாளம்.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஓங்கார மூலத்துயர் ஆனந்த ஸ்வரூபிணி, இருப்பிற்கும் பிறப்பிற்கும் கடந்த, இருப்பும் பிறப்பும் இருக்கும் மூலமாகிய உள்ளத்துள் உள்ள ஒன்னா உள்ளதை உயிராய் உணர்ந்து உயிராய் நிறைந்து உயிர் ஓவியத்தால் உத்தமர்கள் சித்தர்கள் உயிரில் கண்டுணரும் உச்சிக்கு கீழே உன் நாக்குக்கு மேலே வச்ச தீபமாம் முக்கன் வடிவில் அச்சிறு பிள்ளை அன்னை வாலாயாய் பாலா திரிபுர சுந்தரியாய் பக்குவமாய் திகழ்ந்து அக்ஷரங்கள் 54 உயிர் மெய் எழுத்துக்கள் சாரமாய் நின்று பக்குவமாம் உயர் ஞான சப்தங்கள் 16 வடிவாய் பரமசிவஸ்வரூபமாய் திகழும் பரமேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்த வடிவம் கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் மலர்ந்து இங்கு வந்துதித்தேன். கேளுங்கள். வரம் வேண்டும் அன்பர்களும் வருந்தி வாழ்வு பாரஞ்சுமந்து நொந்து தீர்வு வேண்டும் மக்களோடு வாழ்வில் திருப்பம் வேண்டும் என நினைக்கும் எல்லோரும் வாருங்கள். பரமேஸ்வரி பக்குவமாய் அருளும் சக்தியோடு புக்தியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் வரமும் பெற்று வாழ்வாங்கு வாழ்ந்திடுங்கள். கையிலையின் கல்பதரு பரமேஸ்வரி வந்துதித்தேன். கேட்டவர்க்கு கேட்டபடியும் கேட்டதின் மிகுமையும் நன்மை தரவே வந்தோம். உண்மை சொல்லவே வந்தோம். உமையாள் வந்துதித்தோம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
வந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் நாயங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் நாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளை ஆதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளை ஆதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. கொல்லூரு குங்குமோ கோபத்தை காட்ட போலவே ஆத்தா செவந்தபடி மாறாளே, வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து மாறாளே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே, சொல்ல தரும் மாயங்களே, எல்லை விட்டு ஓடுங்களே. வேப்ப மரத்தடி பூச நடக்குது, வேதவல்லி வரசேரி பம்ப சொல்லுது. வேப்ப மரத்தடி பூச நடக்குது, வேதவல்லி வரசேரி பம்ப சொல்லுது. பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகள ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகள ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. வெப்ப இலையிலே கத்தி போலவே அத்தா இருக்கிறா தெரியலையா, பாடி காத்திலே ஏறி வருகிறா கொல்லாமாயமே ஓடலையா. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே, சொல்ல தரும் மாயங்களே, பாராம ஓடுங்களே. காலம் காலமா காக்கும் தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. காலம் காலமா காக்கும் தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. மாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. பாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. நெத்தி மணந்திட சுட்ட சாம்பலா சக்தி இருக்கிறா தெரியலையா. பட்ட குங்குமம் தீயாய் வருகுதே கொல்லாமாயமே போகலையா. அம்மா சேவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்கள், சொல்ல தரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு சேவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளை காதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. கொல்லூரு குங்குமம் கோபத்தை காட்டவே ஆத்தா சேவந்தபடி வாராளே, வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து வாராளே. சமயபுரத்து கதவு திறக்க சிங்கம் ஒண்ணு பிடரி சிலிர்க்க கருவறை விட்டு தேவி அம்மா வாராளே. அக்னி ஜுவாலை கண்ணி மிதக்க உடுக்கை சத்தம் காற்றில் பறக்க கோமளவல்லி கோபம் கொண்டு கோட்டை விட்டு வாராளே.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். சங்கவாசினி ஆனந்த ததாஸ்து. Go to Adi Kailasa. It is time to revive yourself. Joaquin Joseph Tatast. When I ordain, I sustain. Go. Om. Mohini Dev. Practice the samyama of Swarajya Shakti Samadhi for 11 days and come back. I'll give you the spiritual name and initiation. Go.
மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாக்கு
ஓம் 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 ராணி ஐயர் ததாஸ்து. வினித் புலவராயர் ததாஸ்து. கிரண் வாஹா ததாஸ்து. யோகஞான ரூபிணி ததாஸ்து. ஹரிகிருஷ்ணன் சொக்கலிங்கம் ததாஸ்து. அனில் கொள்தூர் ஆகட்டும் ததாஸ்து.
மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாக்கு மாநகர் காஞ்சியிலே காமாக்கு. மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாக்கு
ஷாமளாதேவி ராமசாமி. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், பார்த்துக் கொள்கிறேன் போ. உமாமகேஸ்வரி, கவலை வேண்டாம் போ, பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுகின்றேன். ராஜேஸ்வரி ரமணேயா, முறையாய் சாம்ராஜ்ய சித்தி சமாதி செய்து சம்யமத்தை கடைபிடிக்கச் சொல் உன் மகனை. செய்ய வேண்டியதைச் செய்கின்றேன். இல்லையேல் அவன் வாழ்க்கை அவன் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளட்டும் போ. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே, பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே. பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்ப.
ஓம் சுதாதண்டபாணி, வேலை விட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. என்றென்றும் பரமசிவன் வேலையே உன் வேலை என்று உணர்ந்து உன் வேலையையும் தொடர்ந்து செய். உன் வேலையையும் நானே பார்த்து என் வேலையையும் நீ பார்க்க வைத்து இருவேலையையும் நாமே நடத்துகின்றோம். எவ்வேலையும் துறக்க வேண்டாம் போ.
மருள்வரம் தங்கட தங்கடத்தோம் தங்கட தங்கடத்தீம் தல்லாங்கு தக்க திமிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கடத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கடத்தீம் தக்க திமிதத்தோம் தத்தோம். முத்து முகம் துளைச்சு அதை தத்தெடுத்து தாங்குவது மகமாயி பாச காட்டிய காலை ஊட்ட சக்தி என்று சக்தி 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 என்று சரணடையும் அந்த சித்த சக்தி பூவிழிக்குள் அருள் மணக்கும் சந்தன மணக்குது சாந்து ஜொலிக்குது சக்தி வழிபாட்டு மன்றத்திலே வேம்பு இனிக்குது வேதம் ஒலிக்குது அம்மன் கோயில் வாசலிலே பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கைய
ஓம் 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 Patricia Bamburi. Remember this one truth: you are conscious being beyond gender, nation, body, mind. Remember your conscious sovereignty. You will reach my feet. Om. Om. Om, 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 Asta Chavla, Tatastu, Kavida Batra, Tatastu, Shanti Anjali. Keep my form in this Parashakti's manifestation. With Krishna Balaram, I'll protect him. I'll heal him. Om, Om. Jnana Sugadharmini, Tatastu. Go.
அழகிய மயிலே மழை தரும் முகிலே என் பாண்டி தேவியே மரகத குயிலே மதுரையின் தமிழே மீனாட்சி தேவியே பச்சை பசும் கிளியே கொஞ்சம் குழல் மொழியே நெஞ்சின் நினைவலையே நெஞ்சும் சுவையமுதே ஆடும் ஈசன் சூடும் பூவே வருவாய் எங்கள் தாயே அருள்வாய் என்றும் நீயே ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம்.
Om Supriya Maurya Tatast. You will have my darshan before the next sunrise. Om. 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 Hemavati Uma Maheshwar Tatast. Mahashakti Ananda. Intensely manifest. Conscious sovereignty samyama, and then come back and ask me for boon. Your cunning mind only negotiates, never receives. Drop the negotiation pattern and cunningness. Surrender to conscious sovereignty and come back. Then I'll give you your right and what is cosmically right. Om Harilina Shri. Make your son to do Shri Vidya Puja. Then I'll give him all the rightful things, including spiritual name. ஹரீஷ் தங்கவேல். கேளாது அழிக்கும் என் கேடில் புகழை கேடு செய்யாது உனக்கு கேடு வராததை மட்டும் அளிப்பேன் போ. நித்திய சங்கல்பிதன். உலகத்தில் உனக்கிருக்கும் ஒரே கடன் என் உருவாய் உன் குடும்பத்தில் அவதரித்திருக்கும் எனை என்னிடம் கொண்டு வந்து சேர்த்து இருக்கச் செய்து நானே மலர்ந்திட நல்வழி செய்வது ஒன்றே. மற்ற எக்கடனும் உனக்கில்லை, கவலை வேண்டாம். மற்ற எல்லா கடனும் தானாய் கழிந்து போகும். உலகிற்கு நீ வந்த ஒரே கடன் உத்தமி ஸ்கந்தமாதா என்னுள் உறைந்து நானாய் மலர்ந்திட நல்வழி செய்து தடையலாம் விலக்கி நல் தந்தையாயிருப்பதே. அதைச் செய்போதும் மற்றதெல்லாம் நாம் செய்வோம். நல்லதே அளிப்போம். உன் குடும்பத்திற்கும் குடும்பத்தின் மூலம் உலகிற்கும் உற்ற பெறும் நன்மையாய் வந்துற்றவள் ஸ்கந்தமாதா. அவள் மலர குடும்பம் மலரும், குலம் மலரும், குவலயம் மலரும். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது, மாரியமானி வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே நெஞ்சம் இணைக்குது, அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது, அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே. மஞ்சள் மணக்குது, குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது, மாரியமானி வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே நெஞ்சம் கிணிக்குது, அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது, அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே. சந்தல மொழி மீது அம்மாடி இறங்கு, பச்சை புள்ள வேணியிலே பாம்பழகி இறங்கு.
ஓம் ஹெமக்கேஷா ஆறுமுகம் ததாஸ்து. உனை காக்கின்றேன், கவலை வேண்டாம் போ. Om. Om. Om.
சந்தன முடி மீது அம்மானி இறங்கு, பச்சை புள்ள மேனியிலே பாம்பழகி இறங்கு, அச்சுதனின் பேரை சொல்லி ஆனந்தமா இறங்கு, இச்சையுடன் அருள்வாக்கு வாரி வாரி வழங்கு. மாரியம்மா, காளியம்மா, சூலியம்மா, நீலியம்மா, பச்சையம்மா, எல்லையம்மா, துளுக்கானத்தம்மா. மாரியம்மா, காளியம்மா, சூலியம்மா, நீலியம்மா, பச்சையம்மா, எல்லையம்மா, துளுக்கானத்தம்மா. மஞ்சள் மணக்குது, குங்குமமும் ஜொலிக்குது, மாரியம்மா நீ வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே நஞ்சம் கிணிக்குது, அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது, அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே.
Om Dorain Mudaliyar Shanta Shaktini is your spiritual name. Go.
சந்தனம் மணக்குது, சாம்பிராணி மணக்குது, சங்கரி மலையரசி வரும் கோவிலே. கற்பூரம் மணக்குது, வெற்றிலையும் மணக்குது, கருமாறி நீ ஆடி வரும் கோவிலே. நல்ல குறி சொல்ல வந்த நாகமுத்துமாரி, பிள்ளைகளை காத்திடமா பாளையத்துக்காரி, உள்ளமெனும்
Om Gatyayani Krishna, who needs healing, need to come and surrender to Devi. Bring them and ask for healing. I will save. Go. Om Sangeeta Tatastu.
கண்ணியம்மா, செல்லியம்மா, செல்லாத்தம்மா, நாகாத்தம்மா, மேகாத்தம்மா, கருகாத்தம்மா, புண்ணியம்மா.
Hari Krishnan Sokkalingam Tatastu. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். நாம் இருக்கும் அகம் உனை அகத்துள்ளே ஆனந்தத்தோடு வைத்திருப்போம். அயலார்க்கு விட்டுக் கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். அஞ்சாதே போ. தீபா பிரபாகரன். உடல் வலி உள்ளோரை வரச் சொல், கொடுக்கின்றேன் வரம். இது கடையில் கிடைக்கும் பொருள் அல்ல, நீ கொண்டு சென்று அவர்க்கு அளித்திட. வேண்டுவோரை வரச் சொல்.
மஞ்சளிலே காப்பு கட்டி, மாவிலையில் தோரணம் கட்டி, பம்பை உடுக்கை ஓசை கொட்டி, பதிபோட்டு குறி கேட்டோ.
ஓம் பரமேஸ்வரி கிருஷ்ணன் ததாஸ்து. சுனீதிகானந்தா ரமேஷ் ததாஸ்து. வெரோனிகா பேயர் ததாஸ்து.
உடுக்க சத்தம் உன் ஆலயத்தில் ஒழிக்குதம்மா. ஆடி வாசம் பொங்கலக எங்க வீடு தேடி வந்தடம்மா. அதில் மாரியாத்தா விளையாடும் மருளாட்டம் தெரிந்ததம்மா. மாரியாத்தா முத்து மாரியாத்தா, நீ அருளாடி குறி சொல்ல வாடியாத்தா.
ஓம் அனுப் கே ததாஸ்து. ஓம்
மாரியாத்தா, நீ கலகலன்னு ஓடிவாணி மாரியாத்தா. சமயபுரத்தானே மாரியாத்தா, சர்வ வடிவெடுத்து ஆடிவாடி மாரியாத்தா. தாயே
Queen Hang Tatastu, Mahajanani Tatastu, Yang Shasi Tatastu, Om Omkarini Tatastu, Zanglingsi Tatastu, Nitya Kavya Kalananda Tatastu, Yoga Saraswati Tatastu. Om. Tinnarasi Govindan Tatastu, Alikkinreen Anmamukti, Poiva, Barbie Bar, Yogamayan is your spiritual name. Go. Gita Devi Tatastu, Nithyananda Prajna Tatastu. I will save Steve. Don't worry. Go. Shanmuha Shanmuha Tatastu. I'll protect your mother and heal. Go.
பிறப்பு பிறந்தரடி மாரியாத்த அது பிச்சாண்டி சன்னதியில் மாரியாத்த உன் உடுக்கை பிறந்தரடி மாரியாத்த அந்த உத்தாற்று பூமியிலே மாரியாத்த பம்பை பிறந்தரடி மாரியாத்த அந்த பழிந்துவ மண்டபத்தில் மாரியாத்த உன்று கரகமடி மாரியாத்த உனக்கு முத்தான பந்தரகம் மாரியாத்த 5 கரகமடி மாரியாத்த அது அசைந்தாடும் நகரகம் மாரியாத்த
Niranjan Pandey Tatastu. I will protect and heal my son Nityeshwar. Go. Om. Sindhucharan Tatastu. Toti Tatastu, Ma Shwang Tatastu, Ning Hu Chen Tatastu, Edmund Chan Tatastu, Liu Ning Tatastu.
அசையும் பொருளே இசையும் நானே, அசையும் பொருளே இசையும் நானே, ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, அசையும் பொருளே இசையும் நானே, ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே, எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே, என் இசை நின்றார் அடங்கும் உலகே. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலம் எல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலம் எல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. ஆலவாயிலொரு பாட வந்த வழிபாடுமாயை மூட வந்ததொரு பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே, பாடும் உண்மை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே, பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே.
సిరుల శ్రీలక్ష్మి పూజ తిలకించవే దేవి, కరుణించు భక్తులకును కనిపించు, నడిపించు కోటి వరములు కురిపించు, ఆడపడుచుల రాజదేవాని ఏడేడు లోకాలు ఏలేటి మాతల్లే. పూజ తిలకించవే దేవి
Sri Nitya Parvati Priyananda, I have protected you from the death, protected you from COVID. Be extremely cautious. Do not allow again getting infected. Protect yourself with extreme cautiousness. Go. Om Ramanathan Jayaraman Tatastu, Jata Shaktikananda Tatastu, Brian Huang Tatastu, Ma Paramesha Tatastu, Ma Anandini Tatastu.
கோயில் கொண்ட குங்குமகாரி ஒரு உடுகையிலே
Muradari Rajagopal Tatastu, Raji Krishnan Tatastu, Kausalya Ramu Tatastu. Om, Om, Om. Mayadas Tatastu. Sujata Krishnamurti Tatastu. Sundar Sundar Tatastu. Om Pravina Surya Tatastu. Go.
ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே அம்மா மதுரை மீனாட்சி அருள்வாய் காஞ்சி காமாட்சி அன்பாய் என்னை ஆதரித்து அல்லல் போக்கும் என் தாயே அன்னை தேவி பராசக்தி என்னை படைத்தது உன் சக்தி வாழ்வை தந்து வளம் தந்து வாழ்க்கை கடலில் கரையேற்று ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே கலியுகம் காக்கும் கண்மணியே கண்களில் இருக்கும் கருமணியே நீ வாழும் எங்கள் ஆலயத்தில் வந்தவர்க்கெல்லாம் வளம் பெறுமே ஓங்கார பொருள் நீதானே உலகம் என்பதும் நீதானே காணும் இயற்கை காட்சிகளும் காற்றும் மழையும் நீதானே அம்மா தாயே உன்னை வேண்டி அழுதிடும் என்னை தாலாட்டி அன்புடன் ஞானம் பாழூட்டி அகத்தின் இருளை போக்கிடுவாய் உலக கோயில் உன் கோவில் உயரும் மூச்சும் உன் வடிவம் பேச்சும் செயலும் உன் செயலே பெருகட்டும் உந்தன் பேரரும்
Om 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 Bhuteshwarananda Tatastu. Swami Charles Joseph Tatastu. Ramya Ganesh, you don't need anything else, anybody else other than me. Om Lee Kim Har Tatast, you will be healed. Om
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं यस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्।
ಸಿಂಹಮುಗತ್ತಿನಿ ಕಣ್ಣ ನಿರತ್ತಿನಿ ಮಂದಿರ ನತ್ತಿನಿ ತುಂಬ ನಿವತ್ತಿನಿ ಮಾಯಿನಿ ಘೋರ ರೂಪಿಣಿ ತಾಯಿ ಮನಮೋ ಕುಳಿದುಂ ಕಾலை பூம்பனி நாரண நடத்திம கோபம் தணித்த காரணியம்மா கருணையின் பூரணி மாலினி திரிசூலினி 14 லோக பரிபாலனி சாமி நம்மா பிரத்யங்கிரா பேச்சும் நீ உயிர் மூச்சும் நீ சிவாயினி எங்கள் சிந்தாமணி யுக ஸ்வரூபிணி நிரந்தரணி ஆபத்தை காக்கும் தேவினி ஜென்ம பாவத்தை தீர்க்கும் நிவாரணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி தும்ப நிவத்தினி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டும் சிரோன்மணி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டும் சிரோன்மணி முகத்தினி அழி தரும் கரத்தினி சத்ருகுல நாசினி பைரவனின் பத்தினி ராஜசிம்ம வாகினி நீயே சங்கு சக்கர தாரிணி தாயே முக்திதாயினி அம்மா கௌலினி கிங்கிணி யார பாணி கல்யாணி அனங்கினி அம்மா ஆவேச காளினி ஆயிரம் சூரிய பிரகாசினி சர்வமங்கள சண்டி துகேசினி விந்தியாச்சல வாசினி சிறினி தத்தியந்திரா சாமி வடிவில் அருள்வாக்கு சொல்லும் சர்வேசினி நிவர்த்தி பூஜைகள் செய்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிம்மதி தருகிற சாந்தினி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி தும்ப நிவர்த்தினி சூட்சுமகாரிணி சூத்திரதாரிணி ஜனனி அருக்காணி பவதாரணி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி கைபிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் பிரபாகரன் என்எஸ், உன் மகனை உருப்படியாய் தினந்தோறும் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரர்க்கு ருத்ராபிஷேகம் செய்யவை. பிறகு வழியும் சொல்லுகின்றேன், வழியும் காட்டுகின்றேன், சக்திகள் அளிக்கின்றேன், சத்தியம் சொல்லுகின்றேன். போய் வா.
பிரத்யங்கரதேவினி மகிஷாசுர மர்தினி யாரிணி நீலாம்பரதாரிணி சூரிணி லட்சுமி கடாட்சினி.
ஓம் கவிதாராம சுப்பிரமணியம். ததாஸ்து. மகன் மகேஸ்வரனை காக்கின்றேன். போ.
வினோதினி எதிரியை அழிக்கும் சம்ஹாரிணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி கும்ப நிவர்த்தினி அங்கணி அமானி அதர்வழி தாயே அனந்தினி நாகினி சொர்ண கோணனி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பெகை பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். லிசா ஈசான சிவசக்தி. ததாஸ்து. ஓம் ஓம்.
நீயம சங்கடமீக்கும் சஞ்சீவ கரணி பெண்ணினம் காக்கும் கண்மணி தாய் கண்மணி தூங்கா மின்மினி மலர்போல் விதய மங்களனி நீ மக்களை காக்கும் சந்தோஷினி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி குந்த நிவர்த்தினி ரதனினி யுக 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 கர்ணம் எங்கள் சுடர்மணி தாயே சூடாமணி கிணி கிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். அனைவர்க்கும் ஆனந்தமும் அருளும் பொழிந்து புண்ணிய ஞானமும் யோகமும் வீரத்தொடு விவேகமும் சக்தியும் மங்களமும் சங்கடங்கள் தீர்த்து சங்கரி நன்மையாய்ச் செய்தோம் உண்மையாய்ச் செய்தோம். தரிசனம் கண்டோர்க்கு நன்மை, கேட்டோர்க்கும் நன்மை பெற்ற வரமெலாம் மங்களம் ஆகிடும். ஓம் 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 ஆனந்தமாயிருங்கள். ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
மத்தியபுரி தாயன்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி சுகவாணியே மாதுளையே சொக்கனுடல் சரி பாதியே கைகை நதி நீ என்று நெஞ்சில் வெள்ளம் மோதுதே தென்மதுரை சிவகாமியே தாமரையே தெள்ளு தமிழ் கவி தோணுதே நடமயிலே கொடிமலரே அழகே நடுவூர் கருவறை உரைபவளே நவமணியே வளர்மதியே அமுதே அடியார் திருவருள் உமையவளே மத்தியபுரி தாயென்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி சுகவாணியே மாதுளையே சொக்கனுடல் சரி பாதியே தரும் சிவனோடு நீ இங்கு வாராயோ நிழலென துணை வரும் உனதருள் என விடுமா அனலென சுடுமனம் பனிபடும் நிலை வருமா உனது பாதமடி எனது கீதமடி தினமும் பாடி பாடி நானும் உருகிட வருவாய் நடுவூர் அன்னை இங்கு நீயே மத்தியபுரி தாயன்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are.
Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam.